It is quarterfinals night here at the World Pool Championships in Jeddah. 8 players, all with one goal in mind, the chance to be crowned world champion 2025. The question is, though, who can handle the heat and make it through to the final four tonight? Hello there, very good to see you. Welcome along to quarterfinals night, along for all the fun and games. Emily Fraser, JJ and Carl Boys. Can you believe it? We are into day 5, Emily, and what a ride it has been so far.
I know, we've got to the business end now and you're just down to the 4 tables. It's gone from 16 to 4, 128 players all came from over 44 different nationalities, and you know what a lineup we have in store for the quarters, and also what a lineup we have for the final for the Saudi Junior International Championship. Both Albert from Indonesia and Piers from Germany, incredible players, the both of them, so I can't wait to go out there and watch the final next.
I know, it's going to be brilliant, and it's not just the current players that grab in the limelight either, and that is because we have had the great Efren Reyes alongside us this afternoon. Just how brilliant is it to have him here?
Oh, he's timeless, really. He seems like he's getting younger to me the last few times I've seen him, but yeah, it's always good to see him talk about a few things from the past and looking forward for the future for him. I know he doesn't play anymore, but he's still very involved.
Well, he was sat alongside Emily this afternoon, Carl. How much do you think it makes the players raise their game when you've got someone like that, beady-eyed, watching on?
Yeah, it probably makes you a little bit nervous, I would imagine, especially if you're a Filipino. You want to think, I can be doing that. Efren sat there, can he not go somewhere in the back room? That's what happened. But no, listen, obviously Efren's a legend of the sport, the biggest legend that we have. He plays the game just so unique, so unbelievable, and I can assure you he probably still plays pretty strong as well right now.
Do you enjoy sitting next door to you this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's the GOAT of the sport. He walks into the building and he just captures all of the players. And he knew the Filipinos that had got to obviously the last 16 as well. So he was well in tune with what was happening. But look, he's brilliant. That's why we launched the Reyes Cup last year. Everyone was crying out for an Asian version of our Mosconian Cup, and wow, how incredible that was last year.
Well, some of the players this week and a few of the pundits have been having a bit of fun playing the famous Z-Shot Challenge. Well, tonight we have a very special guest taking part, and I've got a feeling, guys, he's going to be all right. Let's see how he gets on.
We are back for another episode of the Efren Reyes Z-Shot. But we've got the main man himself, Efren Reyes. He's here. He's the GOAT. He's the man 30 years ago who made this the most famous shot in pool. Efren, have you shot this shot since 30 years?
Not yet.
Never?
This is also again this time.
Okay.
Not before. No, but only I saw always in the TV because they always look for this shot.
This is an unbelievable shot, and you make it with one attempt against Earl the Pearl.
That's only lucky. I just only try to hit the ball, not to make it.
Okay. Now we're going to give you 3 attempts.
3?
3?
Very hard. 23.
23? No, 3. That's a little closer! Oh! Just missed it. Just missed it. Jeremy Jones had 4 attempts, so we're going to give you 1 more. One more. Efren. Doesn't matter. You made it when it mattered against Earl the Pearl Strickland 30 years ago. Efren Reyes, what a guy.
Carl, Efren Reyes, he's human.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not an easy shot, and like I said there, he made it when it mattered against Liverpool. You know, it's such an iconic shot to do it at Hill, and we didn't see the previous shot where he tried to play safe and another ball went in, and that's why he was in that position.
What did you do it in, JJ? Was it 4?
Yeah, the 4th try. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky, really, but I'll take it.
Almost.
Yeah.
You and me next.
I'm
You
not
fancy it?
sure about that. I'll stick to my job.
Anyway, Emily, you have some big news to tell us this evening.
It only feels right that Efren's here, he's in Jeddah, and look, the Reyes Cup, we launched it last year. It's something that we've been really eager to do for a good couple of years, and it's no surprise that Europe, they did get a little bit spanked last year. Carl obviously knows about it with being a captain. They got whitewashed. So this year we're going to be changing the format up. It's going to be Team Asia versus the rest of the world. So it's time to bring in some of the likes of Federer, Shane. Let's bring everyone against Team Asia. Look, we know that they're dominant in this sport.
And this is the new format of the tournament on the screen now.
Yeah, and so obviously the World 9 Ball Tour rankings in its 3rd year, and everything is about order of merit now. Look, Mosconi Cup years ago used to be like invitational, who was friends with who. Now it's a case of you play well, you get into the invitational events. The Reyes Cup is going to be an incredible event in the next couple of years. So let's get the highest ranked players Team Asia, and then you get the highest ranked non-Asian players for the rest of the world. I mean, you're going to love it. Shane Van Boning out there against Team Asia. You know, everyone's crying out for this kind of format, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And back to North America, Canada, you got a chance now, so let's do it, right? They always want to get in that team Mosconi. They think North America. I think the Americans are okay. We just got to shore it up a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who makes that team from all around the world.
Yeah, and it just makes the event obviously a lot more stronger. You know, obviously Europe didn't fare too well out there, but you know, bringing sort of both teams together, the Americans and Europeans, obviously we've seen them compete over the years at the Mosconi Cup, and now they're going to get to, you know, go together. And let me tell you, that'll be some matchup between the teams.
It will, won't it? Emily, what's the cut-off for qualification?
Well, you've obviously got the Hanoi Open coming up. That's in October, the 7th to the 12th. I think we should just finish it at the Hanoi Open. You know, got a couple of days going into the Reyes Cup. It's a little bit tight for timing, but it's a big event, the Hanoi Open. You know, crowds in 3,000 for the final. Let's make it exciting. Let's make it more dramatic, and you know, the rankings can cut off there. And then we've also got the Philippines Open coming up later in October. So maybe we make the Mosconi Cup rankings cut off for the Philippines Open.
I mean, that mixes it up a little bit more, doesn't it, Carl?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've been to Hanoi twice now. You know, I was at first thinking, why is Emily sending me all the way to Vietnam? But then when I got there, I was like, this is unbelievable. 3,000 fans in an arena like this. We've never heard the noise of lights in an open event, and obviously the beauty of the WNT is you've got a lot of clarity. The players can play in all these events, any event that they want to get rankings, and obviously it's there. So I know, you know, all the players that are going to Vietnam to play in that tournament, and right after it, we're going to know the top three. Could even be Jeremy Axon. He's playing Florida.
Oh, yeah.
US
You're
Open.
not playing Florida, are you?
He
I am
is.
playing Florida.
He's in.
We let
Busy,
anyone
busy.
in these days.
That's what he's thinking. I'm telling you. Don't rule this guy out.
Let's just remind you of those details then for the Reyes Cup. It is the 16th and 19th of October at Team Asia versus Team Rest of the World. There's so much to look forward to, Emily.
I know, and it feels like this second half of the year is super stacked. Obviously, our world champion here in Saudi Arabia. Then we're going into, we've got Florida Open, we've got the US Open, then we go over to Hanoi, Reyes Cup, Philippines Open, and Mosconi. Sure, we've got to squeeze in the World Masters in there somewhere. So, look, we've got a stacked schedule, and it's just from next year, it's going to be even bigger and better, more prize money, more tournaments, more locations.
Well, that's to come, but so far this week, we've had some standout stories already, haven't we? Saya Soa, what a story from her. Such a shame to see her go.
Oh, it was such a shame. And I went over and saw her. She was watching Robbie's match. Obviously, after her game, she just said, "Oh, I didn't play so well." And I was like, "No, but you've had such a great run so far."
Robbie Capito, her boyfriend, we have to
Yes,
just clarify
yeah,
that for those at home that don't know.
And she was living in the moment. And after her match against Albin, and she obviously put on such a great performance. She was up doing interview after interview. She was loving it, and that's what I want to see. And you know, she's an inspiration, the only girl here, and she's loved it. And what a performance all week for all the players. Whoever wins here, they really truly deserve it.
Junior final taking place tonight. There's lots to look forward to in that as well.
Yeah, lots
busy night.
I know, really busy night. I'm going to be sat there watching the development, obviously the grassroots. The Saudi Junior International is a great event. We just got 16 players and we had 8 local wildcards as well. And it's all about trying to get these juniors into these kind of arenas, because that's tough. Like, I'm sure, like the TV cameras, the tables, it's all how the main pros play. So let's get them in here from the junior events. They can join the tour from next year. And it's just, it's great to see, and that's what it's all about.
JJ, you've been having a practice with some of the juniors earlier on today. How are they doing, and who should we be keeping our eye on? Because they are the stars of the future, aren't they?
Well, I mean, I think all the Saudi players have really come a long ways, and of course Europe seems to always have some great players, and the heritage is there, and it's growing faster and faster. Indonesia, they're bringing a lot along. I think Januarta, what he's shown me this week is pretty incredible. I almost feel like he could play in the event. I kept following him and watching him, and like Emily said, it's about building something that brings back memories. These kids get to rub elbows with their heroes and then continue on from there.
I bet some of them have been perhaps teaching you things we've got.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, the eyes are not what they were, but you know, as Jeremy said, and Emily, if you think back to last year when Felix Vogel won the junior event, he played in the main event this year. Didn't go too well, but listen, he's such a young man, and just to be playing in this arena and being a part of it must be
Who should we be looking out for, Emily?
Oh, it's
on the
gonna,
spot.
on the spot, yeah, I can't make those decisions.
But it's a brilliant platform, isn't it? I mean, they're under the bright lights and a chance to really sort of make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and the thing is, Albert obviously won the junior event in Hanoi last year, so it's come off the back of that. But he's been playing in our junior events in Europe and in the UK. When we do our junior events, the night before we get them into like doubles partners to just do a bit of a practice, and he actually didn't have a partner, so we were an odd number. So I paired up with him and I've made some awful shots. The guy had to carry me. So look, he's a great player, both of them. I think this might be one of the best junior finals that we're going to see.
Very much looking forward to it. That's coming up, and we're going to keep you across that as well throughout the evening. But what an afternoon it was here in Jeddah in the last 16. If you missed any of the action, do not worry. We've got a little recap for you.
The afternoon began with the defending champion strutting his stuff against Mario He. He never looked likely to be the man after losing the first 5 racks. Instead, Fiddle Horst remained on track to emulate Earl Strickland as only the second player to lift the World 9-Ball Championship trophy in successive attempts. Then, a mystery man from Iraq unveiled the brilliant brand of pool to continue his dream run. Awesome Amir Ali defeated Anton Raga 11-6, a supreme 7-rack winning burst, the cornerstone of an extremely impressive victory. What a performance! What a story! Amir Ali, A1.
Such a good afternoon of play, wasn't it? Here's the results from this afternoon. Some standout performances as well. We're going to get straight stuck into the Amir Ali story against Anton Raga, because before today, well, Amir was pretty much an unknown, wasn't he? But he very much has announced himself to the world stage. Good to see you, Scott. Come to join us.
So, thanks for having me. I think Amir Ali is probably going to be a little bit more well-known now. His break is something special. We saw it today. I got to cover it. I think he's around 95% on the break shot, at least with the one. And the good thing about that is you're always going to get a look, right? Whether it's defensive or offensive, you're always going to get a look. The most important thing to me is fundamentals. They don't seem to break down under the pressure.
He was cool as you like under pressure, wasn't he, Carl? I mean, you didn't foresee this coming at all. You thought it was going to be the other way around, the result.
I thought you forgot about that. Cheers, Anna. No,
Never
listen,
gonna let you forget that.
it was a great performance. You know, obviously he's thrown out in that arena. Listen, he had a bit of success 12 months ago here. We've not seen much of him. You know, maybe he's not a full-time pro like a lot of the other guys, but you know, maybe he's trying to lead up to that. When you're getting results like this, the sponsors will come knocking and the invites, and listen, it's going along nicely, and he's got a real chance.
How impressed were you, JJ, this afternoon with him?
Yeah, very impressed with two departments, really. I'm one that kind of goes percentage plays a lot of times. I liked a lot of his shot selection defensively and position-wise. And, you know, all these players, once they get the cue ball in line, the rack becomes a lot easier, but he came with the long ball as well as anyone I've seen all week. A couple crucial shots right there in the middle of that match to get that separation.
Do you think, Scott, he could potentially be one of the ones to beat now?
I don't think there's any question. He's already proven himself. Now, he did have Gorst 7-0 last year. Gorst come through and beat him.
That was in the last 64 last year.
That's right. There's probably a reason for that, right? He ended up losing that match. Credit to Gorst, he comes through and wins. I think he's a little different player this year. We're going to look forward to see what happens.
Well, he has Clyde Okachi in front of him this evening. What kind of test could that provide, Ali, this evening, Carl?
Yeah, obviously the younger brother of Eklund Kachu got to the final last year. Obviously Eklund's won so much in the sport, and now we've got the younger brother. You know, we've spent years talking about the co-bros, but there's a couple of new brothers in town, and you know, he's a fearless youngster on the table. He goes for his shots. I know JJ's a big fan. He's got this loose cue action, and he's a great shot maker.
When other players see a performance like Ame delivered this afternoon, how much does that play on your mind, especially when you weren't necessarily expecting it, JJ?
Well, yeah, maybe so. I mean, I think Anton Raga, he's the type of player that feels like he's the favorite going into any match. So, I mean, that's not a bad mentality to have. But, you know, I think when you get to this point, that final 16, final 64, whatever number you want to call it, you know you got to play your game and maybe have a little rolls on your side to win any match, really.
Fedor Gorst against Jeffy Roeder is our first televised match of this evening. Fedor Gorst this afternoon, confidence seems to be growing, but he still doesn't seem that happy with his break. He's had a few hours off. Is that something do you think he's going to be tinkering with?
I don't think Federer will ever be happy with his break. That's just how good Federer breaks, and I think he's just a perfectionist. All he's really looking for is to get a consistent look at the two, whether it's aggressive or defensive. I think he'll be happy in that position.
Yeah, the thing with Federer is this. Obviously, he's got fond memories of this arena. You know, the first time we come here 12 months ago, he snapped off the tournament. So when you come back out, you know, everything just feels nice. You feel like it's your venue, it's your home, and you know, even if he's not breaking well or he misses a few balls or things go slightly wrong, he just knows how to win matches.
And he could very much keep a cool head and hot kitchen for Fedor Gorst, can't he, JJ?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he wants to get away from a couple of those easy balls he missed. You're going to miss some tough ones. Everyone's human, but what I like is he's picked up the speed on the break, and I think when you miss the one, you have a better chance to make a random ball, and maybe a golden break here and there. Well,
you know what's coming. It is prediction time. I'm going to start with you, Carl, first. No fences allowed in here.
I'll just keep it simple.
JJ.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go against Federer in this spot. I mean, he was here last year. He seems a lot better than then, and he won the event. And this is a rematch of last year's semifinal, US Open, correct? So, and maybe Roda's got something else in mind, but I like that.
Scott.
Obviously, we all know Roda can win, but you also know that I'm not going against Gorst.
Okay, well, should we get it started? The players are ready. Let's get the quarterfinals up and running.
Starting on table 3, it's the final of our Saudi Junior Championship. Please welcome two rising stars, Piers Bayer and Albert Januata. Now over on table 2, a clash of world-class talents, Carlo Biardo and Ko Ping Chung. And now center stage on the main table, representing the Philippines. Make some noise for Jeffrey Roda. And his opponent, the reigning champion and world #1, Fedor Gorst.
Here we go then. Defending champion Fedor Gorst against Jeffrey Roda for a place in the semi-finals for the first time tonight. Let's say a very good evening to Scott Frost and Michael McMullen. Hi guys.
Yeah, thanks Anna. Good evening everyone. Fedor Gorst has now won 13 matches in a row in this venue. It's becoming his patch. And if Jeffrey Roda is to dethrone the champion tonight, he'll have to do it in an arena where Gorst has already built a wealth of good memories. As we've also been saying, junior final getting underway shortly. And a little bit of a ceremony to start that off. It'll be a big night for the lives of one of these two. Albert Januarta of Indonesia against Matthias Meyer of Germany. Vogel, German player who won this title last year and of course we've seen him graduate to the main draw. So there is Fedor Gorst, won it all in 2024 and massive lead at the top of the world rankings, which he's got a great opportunity to stretch for, reasons we'll explain later on. But he's up against Jeffrey Roda, Scott, and we were commentating on Jeffrey's match last night when he knocked out the last remaining Brit, Jason Shaw. What did you make of him?
Well, let's be honest, Michael, we talked about it. There were some rough patches at the beginning. I think he closed out well, but Jason did have a few chances there. He just didn't seem to be himself, to be honest. I think that's what we're here to do. So Jeffrey Roda, on that subject, is just a pure talent, a very natural cutest. It would be interesting, Michael. This guy at the table seems tough to beat in any way, shape, or form.
It's a measure of him that even at the age of 25, we're already having these conversations. We look at Roda's run, draw. Where would you rank Gorst? You've seen all the greats down the years. Scott, where are you putting him already in the all-time list?
It's an excellent question. I would actually probably put him right now, 25, probably the top 3 tournament players of all time. What he did last year is spectacular, Michael, but we talked about the depth of his game. That's what's important for Fedor. He doesn't have to play his best pool like Jason Shaw or Shane Van Honen. Don't get me wrong, Shane has a lot of tools in his bag, but Gorst, it's something we've never seen.
I think if he wins the championship here, he's 3 matches away from doing it, then he'll already, at the age of 25, have equalled the record, as we see in his run, for most world titles at such an early age, and so many years ahead of him to expand upon that. It just underlines how he has a massive opportunity over the next 5 to 10 years to put himself as the undisputed #1 of all time.
Yeah, it's very well stated.
Most people have said over the years that's Efren Reyes, who I've had the pleasure of spending some time with today. As we saw from that run Fedor Gorst has had on that graphic a moment ago, really only had one close match. Jonas Suto did put it up to him in the last 64, but otherwise it's been fairly straightforward progress. Very different to last year, Scott.
Yeah, it's completely contrasting. I don't know whether that's good or bad once it gets towards the end, but so far it seemed very good, right? You never want to be trailing in a match, but Federgors was something else last year to come through, and I think that's just giving him an extra boost of confidence. This year, Michael, can you imagine coming back to this tournament, being number one in the world, and knowing that every match you played practically last year, you were trailing. And now, it's kind of like you're free rolling.
Walked back in here just a few days ago. So many great memories from what he did back in the summer of 2024. And as I was saying, he's only added to those memories, the wealth of them that he's got in this arena. He must just feel so comfortable out there. This is my patch. I'm here to defend it, along with my title. Wasn't that his absolute best earlier today against Mario He? At times he was very efficient, but there were a few lapses there along the way. So see this evening how his performance compares to that. There were 7 players from the Philippines in the last 16 earlier today. 3 of them have survived to the quarterfinals. Each from US, Iraq, Albania, Spain, Chinese Taipei. So is Gorst your pick for the title going into the quarters, Scott?
He was my pick before the tournament started. And I'm just being honest, but I witnessed what he did with Shane Miller, you know, a few months back. I think it gave him a lot of confidence this year, actually. So he was my pick. That being said, the guy at the table, I'm just thinking about this while you're talking. Jeffrey Rana has other plans. This guy is good enough to knock Gorst off his pedestal. You and I, we all keep building Gorst up. I get it. It doesn't take much.
Much of the fact that out of the 16, only 3 former champions. Chung as well, who's won the US Open, which is regarded as the only event really in the same bracket as this. But all of those guys have survived, so it's thinning out in terms of the potential for an outsider to come through and win it. Absolute revelation since he really started competing World 9-Ball Tour on a regular basis. Even 2 years ago. Age of 25 himself. Again, we can wonder just how much more he can go on to achieve once he's really settled in at this level. So the lag for break. I think has just gone the way of Gorst. That was significant earlier on today against Mario He. He got the break, ran out from it in the first, had a golden break in the second, so off the back of winning the lag, was 2-0 up before his opponent, and even got to the table. Here we go then, race to 11, and the winner will be here for the last day of the World Championship.
That's exactly how we wanted to start. Whether we get to look at the 2, and I believe he's got a great look. Pick 4 is behind the purple 5, but that's exactly how Gorst wants to start. Under and over the 9, great look at the 2, the 1, rifle into the right side pocket.
Saying he's got a big lead at the top of the world rankings, and this is one of the side issues over the next couple of days. It's a 2-year system, so the points that will be coming off at the end of this, the points that were won in the World Championship in 2023. However, Federer Gorst has no points to defend from that. So everything he gets will just be added to his total. He could be so far out of sight if he wins it again.
He's staring through his pocket. He definitely has a pocket, the lower end. I think he's just going to work from wherever he ends up. If he can get one rail to the 5, I think he takes a chance. There's no way to scratch here. Maybe jiggle those open just a bit. Get a look at pink. Now he's taking a look from underneath. He could get down there. Now the black 8 might cause a problem. Could punch 2 rails below. Maybe accidentally. Just looking at options of which way he possibly sew Rana up underneath the 5. big chance there with a little pace, and that exactly thing there could happen. Michael, he's behind the green, going to what he is best in the world at, which is jumping. Ideally, you'd love to just park right there behind the purple 5. Or just bank it in.
Federer Gorst has come to play. So always when we get to the latter stages of these big events, we have people who are not familiar with the game, so welcome along. And the basics of it, you've got to hit the lowest numbered ball remaining on the table first. So long as you do that, any ball you pot is legal and keeps you on the table. So if, for example, 3, knock that onto the 5 and pot the 5, that's fine, and you proceed from there. The winner of the rack is whoever pots the 9 ball, irrespective of what balls you pot prior to that.
I'm almost a bit stunned at how good he just hit that jump shot. I think for a second he was going to stay aggressive. There was no question.
Get in and run out the rack as quickly as you can, and if you can't do that, at least don't give up control of it by missing an easy ball. Good safety and stay on top of the situation. So many permutations, so few balls.
Looks like a different player even yet this year. Michael's just extremely confident around the table all week.
Do in the first rack that's even better. No break and run. He's doing it. And we've had to come through 1 or 2 challenges along the way. This has been very accomplished stuff. Straight away, Federer Gorst leads Jeffrey Roda 1-0 in this quarter-final. Tomorrow night it'll be the final, and they're already at the final. The Junior Championship. On that. Januarta of Indonesia against the German player Piers Beyer. Closing in here on a 1-0 lead.
He's a slick left-hander. Love his game.
Yeah, he won the junior event at the Hanoi Open last year, so he knows how to get it done. Single table tomorrow, the 2 semi-finals played back-to-back. And then, as I said, the final, which will be race to 15 tomorrow night.
Rack number 2.
Federer Gorst won it last year.
Leading 1 rack to 0.
Yeah, he'd love to repeat that last break. Great look at the 1, just short. Adjustment, but he struggled with it, of course, off and on. Trickle this in rail first. This play. Not fair. Not fair at all.
All ball in hand.
very special moment that kick-started his evening. Saw a couple of times today when Peter Gorst would be heading for scratches in the corners and just absolutely defied gravity with the cue ball stain on the table. No similar help from Jeffrey Roeder there. Gorst is already all in hand, potted the blue too. Running again.
He wants to get all the way over here for the pink. He doesn't want to be short. He's aware of that. Very good. Cast him up to the top right. The purple, that's not a problem.
Had some fairly high-profile meetings already. We Open a couple of years ago. The quarterfinals of the US Open last year. Gorst won them both. 5 on each occasion.
Yeah, look at how much time he takes on something that a lot of players would think is really straightforward. This is where he absolutely shines. You rarely see him make a mistake from this position. And I said the word rarely because I know he's human. On this stage, you just don't see it. When he's got to win, he wins.
Racks early on against Sam Henderson, the young American, in his opening match, but completely dominated after that to win 9-3, and then comfortable enough against Francesco Candela of Italy, winning 9-5. The only close one, the only really close one, as I said, was in the first match of the single elimination stage, the last 64. Jonas Suto pushed him to 11-9. A couple of Austrians, 11-4 over Max Littner, who beat Joshua Filler in the previous round. 5 against Mario He. That was the match earlier today. He led 5-0 and back a bit, but get close enough to really apply the pressure.
You can go forward. It's going to elevate. So it feels good about coming above the 9, I assume. Short of it. Anticipated.
So not quite guaranteed to be 2-0 yes, but let's go back in here. Misfortune for Jeffrey Roeder. He almost produced a shot for the ages, only to be robbed of it by a scratch to the top left. Peter Gorst has deposited the 9 into that same pocket, so he now leads 2-0 in his World Championship quarter-final. Now, one other quarter-final is already in progress over on table 2. Ko Ping Chung, former US Open champion, looking to become the 14th player to win that and the World Championship. Against someone who's already on that list, Carlo Biado. Ko Ping Chung taking the opener there. So he can emulate what his brother Ko Pin Yi did 10 years ago this very year, winning this World Championship. We went pretty close to playing each other in the final in 2015, but Ko Ping Chung was beaten by your pal Scott, Shane Van Boning. And this is that match. It's Carlo Biado at the table from the Philippines. 8 years ago. 4 years ago, out at the US Open.
Yeah, Carlo got away with one there. It wasn't easy going.
Rack number 3.
The guy at the table,
goes to break.
I don't feel like we've talked about him enough on stage this week. He is definitely one that could beat Federer. And they would meet in the finals if they continued to win.
Of course, he beat to win the US Open 2 years ago in Atlantic City. Back to this. 2-0. Finished one up.
Pretty competitive very first break shot, of course. Hard to tell, I believe, the two plays. We're going to see if the free plays to the lower right. He's going to have to jump this. Basically landing on the ball here. Is he with that cue?
You said he's the best in the business. The jump shots. Is he the best ever in your view at that shot?
No doubt. There's just no doubt because it's come so far in just a short time. He's elevated the jump game to a level that I never dreamed.
There, the way he sets up to the ball, it's absolutely textbook. Watching in action, the way he delivers it. Pierces right through the cue ball.
Yeah, this cue finish right after he makes contact with the cue ball. His cue always finishes fast. It's so hard to use, especially when you're changing speeds.
So it's a 30-second shot clock. You get one extension of an additional 30 seconds per rack. Just take it in here. On the lines, there's nothing to be done. Get from 4 to 5. Just needed to be taken care of. He was always favourite to make it.
Been a bit straighter here. Now he's got to beat the 8. He's got to get past the black 8. Green 6 is next. He's looking to play to the top right corner. This is one that you can actually overhit. It's also very easy to underhit. Notice something. I think he's finished absolutely perfect. Rarely uses a closed bridge. That shot he did. Probably because of the possible let up.
Carlo Beato is now leveled with Ko Ping Chung in their quarterfinal, 1-1. Pacing around the table. Nothing hurried about it at all.
Maybe a little overhand. Stay above the 8 there. Be a problem. A little more with the cue ball now. Raising at the last second.
So a slightly more challenging 9 than was in his plans.
The extension has been used.
Now the rack has been won. It's another break and run for Fedor Gorst. He's dominant early on, and he leads Jeffrey Roeder 3-0. Welcome back to quarter-final night in Jeddah at the World Pool Championship with you on Sky Sports Mix through to 7:55. We'll then be going to Wigan versus Catalans in the Super League, but you can keep watching the pool all the way through to the finish on Sky Sports Plus and the Sky Sports app. I think Federer wants to go and watch the Rugby League in an hour or so from now because he's made a fast start here. Already he's leading Jeffrey Roda by 3-0. Get comfortable in that chair, Scott. He's been spending a lot of time in it so far this evening. He's not really done anything much wrong.
Larry, I can remember anyway, and it is early. 3-0 lead just says something to he doesn't want to think about. That being said, Michael, I can't stop thinking about the final 9 that Coors made prior to the break. He was real confident with it, right? Thought he got a little bit funny. Of course, he was favorite to make it, but extreme confident stroke. Used a little bit of power. It just tells me as a player how he's doing.
Now, as I said, there is another quarter-final in progress at the moment, and Carlo Biado has now won 2 racks in a row to lead it for the first time against Ko Ping Chung. 2-1 in favour of the Philippines player. Just as I say that, Ko Ping Chung has just won the 4th, so levelous. Federer Gorst is just on his way back in. Yeah, I can see him striding into the arena to start us off in rack 4. Already one of just half a dozen players to have won this championship on multiple occasions. Wins it again tomorrow, he'll equal Earl Strickland's all-time record of 3 World Championship titles.
3-0.
It's progressing nicely at the moment. 3-0.
Big kick from the 6, but the great news for Gorst. There is just no question. One to the right side pocket now. It's going in with pace. It's really how you can tell how hard this is. To the side. 2 past the 9. It does, but punch forward, lean, towards the center for the 3. He's got a slight drop down angle. He wants to come towards us. He's got the 4, maybe a little elevated in the back arm, or a bit more than you expected, just because of the way the cue ball took off to the left. He's got a couple options here. Clever.
Frustrating for Jeffrey Roda. Big night for him. His first time ever in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. And he just hasn't had a chance to get involved yet.
Better on stage a while back. He put Jeffrey Roda up there with himself in the jump category. Of all the players he could have mentioned, he mentioned Jeffrey Roda.
High praise from the best in the business.
Jump 2 out, go to the top left corner, 3. Extension, shot clock. Back arm, how straight over to the outside.
Okay, so maybe at last a chance for Jeffrey Roda to get stuck into this quarterfinal. Number 25 in the world, and that's off the back of not that many events. Consistent performer in the very biggest tournaments on the World 9-Ball Tour. It's the third big matchroom event in a row that he's played in. He's made his quarter-final stage. Feature in Sarajevo or Telford back in the spring. Finished off last year getting to the quarterfinals of the US Open and then the semis in Hanoi.
Extension down, stretched. You get funny when you're drawing the ball with a bridge that long. A little thinner than he would have liked on the green 6, but he will be okay.
The cue ball having to undertake a little bit of excess mileage here. Used to seeing British players, we've seen Scott who come from a snooker background, but not so many from the Philippines, but that is how Jeffrey Roda started out. We're focusing on 9-ball. To win his first rack of the evening. So Fedor Gorst gave him the opportunity and Roda took it. 3-1 now to Gorst. Carlo Beato has won rack 5 over on table 2, so he's now got a 3-2 lead over Ko Ping Chung. Beato involved in an all-Philippines clash earlier today with Jeffrey Ignacio, who was looking to make the quarterfinals for the second year in a row. Beato just getting through though, 11-9. Now this is the junior final. Robert Januarta of Indonesia against Germany's Pius Bayer. It is the German at the table and leading 3-2. Race to 9. He's the winner.
Sitting not too far from that table. I've been watching Fire the last couple of racks. He is full of ability. There is no doubt.
Would you have given to have an opportunity like this when you were that age, Scott? Not a long time ago.
Think about that. Carl and I talk about it quite a bit. Yeah, kids, juniors, keep that on their hands. Just get out there and put some work into it. Oh, look at this. He's called a foul on himself. Pure class. Absolutely.
Number 5.
Love it.
Jeffrey Roda to break, trading 3 racks to 1.
So our first look this evening at the break of Jeffrey Roda. Tell us about how he does it, Scott.
Well, I know one thing. He's got a lot less speed on the break versus Gorst. He's not soft breaking by any means, but that is a dangerous result if you're Fedor Gorst. No question with the 1 back and forth under the line this time. Great look at the 2. Look at the 1 bend. That's typically what it's going to do. Pressured, polished balls. 4. Really a trick in this rack. There's the left side pocket. Good news is it's not frozen, meaning absolutely stuck to the rail. He's going at it.
Stuck to the rail, but might be stuck to the 4-ball here.
Yeah, a little surprised at the pace at which he hit that there. If he is going to go ahead and maybe just get a little bit more times out. It turned out perfect. 5 here, I believe. Maybe he's the 6. Air once again. It's Dorst.
Extension told you.
To have in the bag. High level state range. Better have one in your bag. Caught it thinner than he would like. When the play is short, if he happened to miss the cross corner. But long, this is how Jeffrey's going to get a look.
Saying that Gorst had no ranking points to defend this week because he didn't get any at the 2023 World Championship. Well, the same goes for Jeffrey Roda, so it's all gained for him. And he's number 25 at the moment. If he loses, he'll be set for the top 20 or thereabouts. And if he wins tonight, then he's guaranteed to be somewhere around the fringes of the top 10, even if he goes no further. And of course, if he gets through to tomorrow, well, he can move right up near the top with all the points on offer relating to the prize money tomorrow. While I was explaining that, Roda has missed the 5. And of course, a chance. Broken that 3-rack lead again.
Yeah, a bit surprising there. You cannot win missing those balls. Uh-oh. Well, there's traffic down low, and it's the 9. It's the 6 pass it. Maybe a little let up there in the backswing as well. You're afraid of the left-hand side pocket. Back to line all along. So that one was John knows as far as the snooker might describe this as the kick and stick. You go with a soft to medium speed on the 6, just above center. Playing it to the right side. If he doesn't make it, it'll finish up on the top rail. Tricky position here. Real tricky. That's why he's looking at the offensive to the top right. Just as much value. Might get lucky if you miss it. Cue ball down low. Oh my goodness, what a hit. Beeps going off.
He's so good at that, isn't he? Knowing just how much time he's got. A number of times you see him get down to play the shot, with not much time left. He still manages to deliver it in a very unhurried way.
Yeah, this is also a big one. Where does he go with the cue ball? He's going down again. likes that side pocket. He has gotten away with a big one this time.
Rhoda had his chance, didn't he? Missed. You let it out of your own hands. No complaining then about whatever slice of fortune your opponent gets. Rhoda might well have been back to only a single rack behind. Instead, he again trails by 3. Federgors now leads 4-1. All very close though, over on table 2. It's now 3-all between Ko Ping Chung and Carlo Beato. Ko Ping Chung into his 4th World Championship quarter-final and looking to get to the semis for a 3rd time.
You gotta wonder that watching good little things happen for him all week. Not saying it's meant to be, is it meant to be, but now at this stage of the game, we've all seen a couple of really nice little things happen for him. Has he earned it? Of course he's earned it. Does he play good behind it? Absolutely.
Yeah, he came here back of a good run last week. Night shot open in Dubai, a world ranking event. Not on anything like this scale, of course, but still a very strong field. The final was beaten by Johan Chua.
Break number 6, the goes to break, with 4x to 1.
A chance here to put himself in a really strong position going to our next mini interval.
It's the best I've seen him break on this table, I believe, so far. Is a hit that he would like to bottle up. I can assure you of that.
So is it possible to put into words what it is that makes him so outstanding on the break?
I think his accuracy and his fundamentals, the back arm, it's just so consistent. He can change paces and then stay at that pace if it works. Use examples like Shane Bingo. It's very hard for Shane to decelerate on the break shot. When he slows his cue ball down and nothing goes right, he just immediately puts his power. Or Gorse can find a different speed and stay there over and over and over.
And that run that he had in Dubai, which set him up nicely for this. And another big success this year. Master of the table at the Derby City Classic. Now you know all about the Derby, Scott. That takes some doing.
Extension code.
Yeah, we've touched on that as well. I think it's, he won't admit it, but I think it's a big integral part of his game, especially the tactical side. Matter of fact, I think it's an extra tool in his bag that a lot of these guys don't have playing mixed games. If you haven't had a chance to go to the City Classic, you should check it out at least one time, especially if you're an aspiring player.
Right at the start of the year as well, isn't it? So something to look forward to when the January blues kick in. Festival for pool people.
Over the 7 here, if it is, it's a little different. He's going to go with 1. Tells me 5, obviously, did not pass the 9. to pinch, catching the inside of the pocket, especially if you try to come over and out with the cue ball. You can just play the right side of the table. You'll find it a little easier. Just dead and get the mark.
Perhaps even sharper than he did against Mario He earlier today.
Stay on the right side of the table. That's where he's looking. So if you drag it forward, the inside ball, he's going to catch just in front of the right side pocket.
His run-outs he's making are throwing up sort of little challenges, but he's continuing to come up with the answers. Looking absolutely rock solid.
I think that's the great thing about Dorst, Michael. We talk about it quite a bit. It's never flashy, doesn't do anything incredible, unless he's got the jump cue in his hand. He always gets it done.
Just got an air of taking care of business. He's going to take care of this rack now. It's going to be his third break and run already in the match. Federer Gorst already almost halfway to victory and a place in tomorrow's semi-finals. He leads Jeffrey Roda by 5 racks to 1. Reigning champion Fedor Gorst has already won one match at the World Championship in Jeddah today against Mario He, and he's in exactly the same position now that he was at the equivalent stage of that one earlier today. Gorst leading by 5 racks to 1 for Jeffrey Rhoda of the Philippines.
Kiss to the low left, the cue ball to one rifle to the right belt. Oh, brutal kiss down low. I believe that was the needle. Yeah, it was the 3.
Please start the shot quick.
So quick, you couldn't see it.
Well, if Jeffrey Rhoda is serious about turning this one around, this is the sort of opportunity he can't pass up. Gorst did lead 5-1 against Mario He. In fact, it went to 6-1. Austrian came back. It was at 8-5 at one stage. I was aware of that match. It might offer a bit of hope. And for me, it was just a case that every time it looked as though he might be starting to put a little bit of pressure on Gorst, or at least be on the brink of doing it, Gorst would pull something out in the next rack. Just always kept him at arm's length.
Yeah, I think Mario was in 3 times.
Yeah, absolutely correct. From 8-5, Gorst skated away with the next 3.
Delivery, how it gets through the cue ball. It is very, very natural.
His body language, he looks a little bit unsure of himself and almost apologetic, but reflected in his play. There for Fedor Gorst. The cue ball behaved itself for him. Once he'd scratched the break, Jeffrey Rhoda took care of the rest of it. It's now 5-2. Fiado is edged in front against Ko Ping Chung. 4-3 now. Favourite Fiado, who's in the quarterfinals for the 5th time. And in the junior final, Janu Arta looking to add the Saudi Junior Championship to his equivalent win in Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam, last October. He is now 5-3 in front. The German player, Piers Beyer. 9. Round on top. You know, you have the junior events of the Grand Slam tennis championships, Scott, but it's tucked away, isn't it? You got centre court where the main events are going on, and then the junior finals are being played somewhere else. Here, you're basically rubbing shoulders with the stars because you're playing in the same room as them while they've got big matches going on. So it's wonderful exposure. Another one, 5-3 now against Ko Ping Chung.
Out. Back-to-back brutal kisses from the cue ball. Of course, falling in from 6-7 on the outside. Work to do here, Michael.
And in the junior final, that one goes the way of Piers Beyer. hit Jeremy with these trivia questions from time to time, Scott. You get off pretty lightly, actually. Scot-free, you might say. So here's one for you. Which player do you think has been to the semi-finals of the World Championship more than anyone else?
That's in complete history, correct?
Yeah. Going back to 1990, 35 years ago. There's one player who's reached more semi-finals than anyone else.
They've also won it, correct?
True. Think of someone of similar longevity. No. I'm going to tell you, it's Ralph Souquet.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Still going strong, still a very good player. But the reason I say it is he's been to the semi-finals 6 times. Beato, who we talking about there, is looking to get there for the 4th time. If he does, then Souquet, Strickland, who you mentioned, and Johnny Archer will be the only players into the semi-finals more often than Beato, if he can come through tonight.
Combination here. Luckily left where the kilo is now. To carry, so now he's going to have to cut the 6 a little bit. Position. Pretty much guaranteed the way he's going to hit this lower ball. Hit hard either. It's a good all. Hit it to the left. Buzzer. Down.
Again, unflustered. Makes the contact just in time.
No question. Telescopic cup has helped him under that pressure. Figured out the timing. All those fans cheering, screaming, sharking, whatever they're doing. This must be similar to Disney for him.
Yeah, that was a tricky little one. Come through it and led by 4 already in the match. Set to do so again. It's his 3rd time in the quarterfinals. Previous 2, went on to win both of them. He's now past the halfway mark in his quest for the 11 he needs to get through to tomorrow's semis. Petter Gorst stretches his lead to 6-2. The road is scratched off the break. Now another rack just coming to a conclusion in the junior final. Albert Januarta responding to P.S. Bayer. Taking the rack we saw a moment ago. We'll update you on the actual score of that in a moment. And Ko Ping Chung, well, he's breaking, so I can assume, in fact, I can now confirm, he's got back to 5-4 behind against Carlo Beato.
Say, this kiss just kisses all over the place on the break shot. It's brutal. I know we can talk about finals. These two easily.
Yeah, 2 class players, class acts.
Red number 9.
Only 6 players have won this championship on multiple occasions. Beato, chance to do it. Petter Gorst is on that list already.
Alright, he got a bad kiss. His last at that break shot. disappointed at 4. He's so far ahead of the game, he understands what's happening. 4 could impede the line of the cue ball getting to the 3. 4 is breaking the best I've seen so far this week. So obviously didn't get the 1 down, so possibly the opportunity.
You've got to come to the World Championship and all the racks and matches you have to play with your braking boots on. Classic example was Shane Van Boening the year he won it. Braking was just off the charts.
And I think this was simply by design, just get somewhere close to the 3 and work from there. It's not played to the lower right, obviously. I wonder, can he tuck towards the 8? There's the 7. It's just an option. Play all option ball there as well. 3 up and behind the 9. Just too good. Just too good. Cut him off on the bottom rail as well, so now forced to go 2 for 1. That's perfect timing as well, just to make contact.
Chance left though. And as promised, I'll update you on the junior final and bring you right up to date because Albert Januarto of Indonesia is 2 away now. He's gone 7-4 up on the young German Pius Bayer.
I guess what the better horse just had that shot before. He didn't force anything. He just wanted to get into this and this is where I think he wins tournaments. It's from situations like that. It's just so in depth. The defensive side. He looks way ahead of it. He looks forward to it. Not to mention, he's the best in the world at it, hands down. Isn't that cute?
Green Road has had plenty of close finishes this week. 9-8 in winners qualification against Fraser Patrick. Faced another Glaswegian, Jason Shaw, in the last 32 last night. 10-6 up. Shaw got it back to 10-9. Rhoda got over the line in the next rack. And then earlier today had to win the last 2. Come through Hill against Tuan Kwok Wang. Finishing it off with a 4-9 combo. It's as though he's going to need something dramatic if he's to win the championship tonight, because Gorst is building this lead, but that one's got away from him a bit.
Yeah, he caught it thinner than he'd expected. We saw the 5 falling in on the lower left end in that corner pocket. Did catch it thin. That's how he's overrun the mark. Probably going to go to the same corner with the 6 now and try and check to this bottom rail off the left long rail. Buzzer again. Doesn't phase him. Main's out of line. Play the 7 off the 9. Could accidentally make them both here. So very long. Back and forth with the cue ball here. How's the speed? How is the speed? Wherewithal. Split your focus. Playing the 7 and know that you need to get back correctly on an 8.
Putting a jog on because he's used his extension. Goes reach for the other kind of extension. To afford quite a big extension on his house if he scoops the $250,000 tomorrow night, and he's looking very good here. He's just 4 away from victory. It's 7-2.
I'm very excited to play last eight. I really want to win. Everybody's going to become a world tour champion.
Just play my game and focus. If I beat Federer, I'm gonna win the whole thing. The arena is amazing. The atmosphere is great. The prize money is the biggest we ever had. We're back to that. I won in 2023. It was the biggest title, so I will get out of it. This event is different. You win this event, your life is changing.
الحمد لله اشتغلت على نفسي وايد مرنت تقريبا ضربت من اجل البطوله حوالي 30 يوم وصلت دور ثمانية حاليا ان شاء الله.
In this tournament, the pressure is the pressure I always feel.
Yeah, I believe that this time I'm going to win the World Championship.
Asians, 2 Europeans, and 1 player representing the United States of America, giving their thoughts on what this World Championship means to them and how they feel about their chances of winning it. This man's got to have a better chance than anyone. Not only is he the favourite and the defending champion, he's closing in on a place in the last 4. Gorse leads 7-2. Roda's performance tonight, Scott. You know, he's had 3 breaking runs thrown at him. He's scratched a couple of times in unfortunate circumstances when he's at the table himself. So, let's continue much as they are. He's not going to have anything much to regret from this, even if he's beaten heavily.
Yeah, you can't say that. What has he done wrong? Never much. See why he is where he is in this tournament. No question, unless he's playing the combination. I'm a huge fan of the way he hit it. Obviously, look at how the cue ball finished. If you were to make it, what's he gonna do? I don't know what the Karen was
on. Chung has won rack 11 in his quarterfinals, so back to just 1 behind now against Carlo Biado. 6-5 there.
Such a tall order just to get that ball down and get a little bit more. He knows it. That's how quick he went to the cue ball afterwards.
Treated to the full repertoire tonight from Gorst. Everything along the way.
Extension ball.
He's dialed in. He's gotten stronger and stronger. Single match.
Yeah, you sort of felt, even though he played well against Mario P earlier, that he didn't improve just a bit more. He might get found out at some stage. I think he knew that himself. Into an extra gear compared to this afternoon.
He's not going to be extremely happy with that result, but it's not very bad, I know that. Jeffrey only has the left side of the 1. Can't spin a little, I think. Just want to shave this. Tough to do from where he's at. So tough to do.
Viewers on Sky Sports Mix will be leaving this in about just over a quarter of an hour from now. Go to the Super League action between Wigan and Catalans, which will continue on Sky Sports Plus on the Sky Sports app.
A little elevated, so he's probably going rail first with the 1 off the back of the 3. Position. He's going to run to C, going to the jump cue. He is landing on top of this. Wow.
That has opened the path. Not a clear one. Path, nonetheless. 2.
Got this. Cue ball's going to be hot. He decides to. He's so clever. Yeah. This time it might have got away from him.
patient for now. The outcome of the shot, though, will test his patience. Chung is now on another rack, and so is level with Carlo Biado at 6 each. This is the junior final, and it may be the last moments of it for Januarta, the Indonesian. Won in Hanoi last year in the junior event there. 8-5 up from Germany's P.S. Bayer. Just needs 8 and 9. Walk off with the trophy. Indonesia very much a rising force in the game over the last year or two. Huge country, so much potential for the game there. 4th most populated country in the world. And they have got the winner of this year's Saudi Junior Championship. Albert Januarta prevails 9-5. Decided going for the safety option. Made a mess of it. Probably going to cost him the rack now. Queuing from the side rail, Jeffrey Rhoda strokes in the 9 and gets it back to 7-3. Scenes from the junior final, the Indonesian flag being unfurled. Albert Januarta. It's a big deal to win one of these junior events that are played alongside the Matchroom Major tournaments, but to win 2 of them that far apart suggests potential for a very big future in the game for him.
And the man to his right, that's Kendra from Indonesia, does a ton for the sport. Great man at the meeting this week. Congratulations to both of them. I look forward to watching Januarta grow in this sport.
All it takes is 1 or 2 players to break through in a country, and then of course that inspires so many others. So kids take up the game. Those who are already playing start to believe they can do it too. We've seen it so many times in so many sports. Maybe it's going to happen for Indonesia over the coming years. Then the story in the Philippines over the last few decades. Rhoda from there, breaking at 7-3 down.
Well, 9 threatening the lower right corner, but it's dry, forced straight in on the 1. With a look to go ahead now. Look at the 9. Seen many 9s on the break.
No, we haven't. Curiously, the first 2 that I think we saw on the main table were both made by Yorkshiremen, Elliot Sanderson and Chris Melling. But, I think I've seen maybe 3.
Yeah, that was the number. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. Possible 4-9 combination in the future.
Yeah, the golden break for those who aren't familiar with the game. Pop the 9 ball off the break. As long as you hit the 1 first, which of course you're always going to do. If you don't scratch, then that's legal, and you win the rack in 1 shot.
There's power drawing this. Strike.
Superhero outfit when he's wearing tonight. I like it at times. winner of this will play either Fede Okachi, Albanian, who's in the quarterfinals for the first time, or arguably the breakout star of this championship so far, Rax Amir Ali. They'll be up next on the main table. The other quarterfinal yet to start, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the champion in Kielce 2 years ago. Snows of Polish February. Here he is in Jeddah playing Bernie Regalario. The winner of that will play the winner of the Co versus Biado match.
Needs to go well first here with the kind of almost unmissable that way. Don't want to catch the left side. Go up by 5.
Yeah, the combo, the 4-9, brings about the quick finish to that rack. It really is closing in on the semi-finals now. Anyway, Scott, it's going a bit like that Mario He match earlier on today. Every time it looks as though Rodder might be threatening to put a bit of pressure on Gorst, or at least get close enough to start doing that, something happens for Gorst. This rack, this was it. 4-9 finishing it off. Gorst can finish this off quickly. He can go away, get to bed, rest for the evening while everyone else slugs it out. He prepares for one of the biggest days of his life tomorrow. If he gets through, he'll have the chance not only to emulate Earl Strickland in defending the world title, which has only been done that one time before, doing it successfully. He would also match Strickland's record, as we were saying earlier, of 3 world titles in total. At the age of 25,
number 12,
so much time
Fedor goes to
to
break.
claim that record all for himself. But a long way to go before he gets to that. Still a bit of work to be done tonight to get through. Needs 3 more.
A little flick, I think, off the red 3. It's going to finish great. The cue ball was scratching right behind the horn. Not certain. Close. Scratching. Look at this layout. He's thrilled with it. It's because he's the best in the world.
Said he wants it to be perfect, and he wants it to be perfect because of what he's done, not because of any good fortune.
Upper right, 5 leads to green 6 here in the lower right. Cautious of is getting too far above the 5 forward. So you like to stay on the line and keep those at right. And come to the short side. This is the play. It's a little weak. I might have to float 5 in and just take a little bit of distance of 6. Could elevate and stun up towards the right side. Yeah, that's probably what he's going to choose to do.
Three breaking runs already in the match.
Worst. Just stick there where the 8's at and take the distance, but I think he can glance off the 8 and get closer to the 7.
we've said, Federer Gorst, all those close finishes on his way to the title last year. Matched pretty comfortably. I think most of us think Jeffrey Roder might change that. Close one here. Very little opportunity. Make a proper contest of it.
Somewhere thinner than he actually playing. Great strike on the 7.
He's good, isn't he? Federer Gorst is just a couple of racks away from the semi-finals. He extends his lead over Jeffrey Roder to 9-3. Looking on table 2, much closer there. Ko Ping Chung, 3 pool-playing Ko brothers. They all made it to single elimination last year. Ko, the only one to do so this year. Ko Ping Chung, that is. Way to the quarterfinals for the first time in 6 years. Rubiano, chance here to get level. Dusted as far as this rack is concerned. He's been in the quarters, Beato, since up to the final as defending champion in 2018 and lost to Joshua Filler. So it is 7-all.
And outside of Federer's matches, Michael, everything's been close.
Okay, so that's where we're going to have to leave it now on Sky Sports Mix. We're going to Wigan versus Catalans in the Super League, but we continue on Sky Sports Plus, the Sky Sports app. Now all the way through to the finish of this evening's play. Still another match to come on the main table. Amir Ali on the rack against Albania's Fedi Okachi. Winner of that, it's almost inevitable, will play Federer Gorst. 2 players have just gone out for a little breather. Second year of this World Championship being played here in Arabia, Jeddah. I have to think we set some sort of world record, Scott, because we went from all the snow and ice, freezing Kielce in February in 2023, to then coming here for the 2024 championship. That must be the biggest change in temperature that any sporting event has ever had from one year to the next.
Some would rather have warm weather. I would probably rather have cold weather.
You would have loved it in Kielce. It's just when we arrived at the airport, it was about 2 hours to the venue. It started snowing just as we were leaving the airport. It snowed for the entire 2 hours. It sat on the ground for the whole week. It just started to melt as we were leaving.
I'm trying to open you up, Michael. This means frost. I was hoping you would go there.
I've done too many frost jokes already, Scott.
I don't mind warm weather. Carlo might have that a little softer. Maybe a slight swerve here. Oh, no, he's going to tuck him up under the floor. these guys, every match seems to be very close.
Ready?
The
9
worst.
racks to free.
The only one taking control.
Bit of a procession for him through today's play. Won comfortably earlier on, 11-5, and heading for perhaps even more comprehensive this evening.
As you can see him bearing down on the break. Getting into that one ball. Disappearing quickly. It's the 5 and 7 that are tied up. Excuse me, the 5 and 6. He can manage. First, he's got to get on the 3, but I think the 2 plays to the lower right. So that should be a good shot.
Okay, so the ball's potted there. That's pretty much what you'd expect, really. It's 3 times as many racks won scored, roughly 3 times as many balls potted.
He's looking at it like it's close.
Starting to look absolutely rock solid. He's thrown one in there.
And there's another one. If you just catch that point at this speed, it will not fall. Gives you an idea how great these guys actually play. They make it look easy. Hard to tell, Michael. Can you tell with the 5 plates to the lower left if you can get on the big 4 correctly? One plate to the left side.
Getting that on, not so sure. My eyes are almost as old as yours, Scott.
Especially from here. Like this angle here is not anything to the lower left or the left side line. Interesting. What's he got planned here? Tell him how big the gap is between 5 and 6.
He's been a ranking event winner, won the Chinese Taipei Open at the end of last year from a strong field. Ko Pin-Yi in the final. Been a good feeling that Ko Pin-Yi had beaten so heavily in the semis of the big event in Hanoi last October.
I didn't feel like he could get away from any kiss. From that angle. Kiss the 5. Gorst. Still a rack and a half away from guaranteeing himself $50,000.
Goes up very fast towards the finish. When you get to the final, double that to 100,000. It's 250,000. He knows better than anyone. Champion. Friday night at the World Championship 3 years ago. Shane Van Boening was 10-3 down in a race to 11. Win 11-10. Told him to win the title. Rhoda. 10-3 behind. Better Gorst can take care of the 7 and the 9. The unexpected early miss from Gorst in rack 13, but it hasn't cost him. He's on the hill now. Rhoda is going to have to win 8 on the spin. It's a rare example of a sporting occasion that gets quieter as it gets towards its climax. With all the tables going in the early days, hit all over the place. Of course, as the number of tables goes down towards the finish, it just gets quieter and quieter. Only 2 of them in play at the moment. Over on table 2, Carlo Biado now just ahead of Ko Ting Chung at 8-7. So Biado needs 3 more through to his first semi-final at the World Championship for 7 years. Already with such a World Championship story. Won it when he was only 19 in 2019. Not the youngest champion. Wu Chao Ching was only 16 when he won it 20 years ago this month.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke on stage. I said Fedorgorst is never going to be champion in his break. That's what he mentioned up there. He's going to continue to improve it. I'll tell you what, he's proved very well this set. I don't think he's going to be disappointed. Of course, he always wants to do better.
Rack number 14, Fedorgorst to break, leading 10 racks, 3.
Job on the penultimate day of the World Championship when it begins is to get from being in the final 16 to being one of the final 4. Fedorgorst, job done nice and early right here.
You can't hit the break any better than this, really. Back and forth, getting a look, and a good look. No question with 1, right linked into the right side pocket. At a very high pace. One big shot away, really. Just has to get back to that 3. There after contact, he knew it wasn't going to make it to where he wanted. Soon he's going to drop down below the 8. He's calling an extension. Looking to cut this, I can just imagine he's too smart. Cut it like this looks cuttable. The other view definitely didn't look like it. Wow.
And now it is quite definitely a chance to claim his place in the final 4.
Now the work will be the 7. 8, 6 to 7. That's where it's at.
Jeffrey Rhoda has made 1 or 2 errors, but overall he's been involved enough to really put it up to Fedorgorst. Very untimely scratches for other racks. He didn't get to the table.
Did very good there, not falling straight and getting out clear of the green 6. You can drop down and play the 7 up in the top right. Play the 7-8 combination.
Right now, it's so different to last year and all those close finishes. He's only had 1 from, well, surely be 6 matches in just a few moments. The his last 3, including this one. 11-4, 11-5. Possibly 11-3 here.
Has to go to the upper left now, I believe. Guess he can avoid the 9. Left is where it's at for Gorst. Gets this down. Nothing other than great.
As the 7 wriggles in, it looks like it's going to be yet another break and run to finish. Never been one successful defense of this world title. That was 34 years ago. It was almost a decade before Fedor Gorst was born. Just as we were about to the last full stop on the match, he's gone and done that.
I can't believe it. He actually peered up at something like a clock, but I didn't hear it going off.
So, a case of 10-4, not quite over and out. Jeffrey Roda is still in this World Championship. Fedor Gorst still needs one more rack. Here it is again, Scott. Still looks just as astonishing second time.
Yeah, I'd hate to say that he took it for granted. He just doesn't do things like that. Definitely caught the upper side of the pocket. We can see how tight the tables are actually playing.
I've seen it 3 times now. I think we could watch it all night and still wouldn't believe it. Such a perfectionist, he'll be annoyed by that, even though he's still in such a strong position.
Yes, he is in such a strong position. Does that play into his mind at all? We know how great he is. He wanted to finish completely clean.
Rack number 15, Jeffrey Roda to break.
Wasn't it?
Trailing 10 racks, 4. Foul,
Gracious. What a brutal kick. 7 coming from nowhere. Of course. With another chance, Mike.
He's the defending champion. He's the favourite to win it again. Really, he's missed by far the worst 9-ball we've seen missed in the whole championship.
7 free rails. Just tickled to keep all of it in the inside pocket. And I have to agree with you. 9-ball, of course, just missed.
Okay, so another chance, but we saw at the end of the previous rack. We'll take absolutely nothing for granted here.
Time spent on the table. This match has gone to Fedor Gorst.
The current champion looks to the job done in this rack. Former champion is 2 away from victory. Carlo Biado now leading 9-7 over Coach Chung.
Interesting, Michael Gorst has used his extension from his shot, settling himself a little bit. Can't imagine what the heart rate's going through after missing a time like that, 11-3.
All right,
nice speed.
You know, it's bit like the feeling a club golfer gets when he sees one of the best in the world hitting a shank or missing a short putt or something. If you're just someone who goes to play at the pool hall and then you see Federer Gorst miss a 9 like that, it makes you feel a little bit better about the mistakes you make every single time you play.
A nice clean finish here will really seal the deal for him. And that 9 is something he'll forget quickly. It was kind of a fluke. Using the closed bridge, we do not see it very often from Federer. That's a great sign. Back to clean. Into the pocket.
It's been one of the hardest things to do in all of sport. Attain the pool championship. It's not a surprise, really. There's some depth in the game. Variables that can go against you. The championship was in its infancy. Strickland went back-to-back in 1990 and 1991. Gorst, some years away from his infancy.
The only way he doesn't forget about the 9 missed last round is if he uses it to motivate him going forward. He is the type of silent. A little frustrated at that, but that much better.
You know, there's so much talk nowadays about everything being historic and so overused. In the context of this sport and this great championship, completing only the 2nd ever successful title defence, equaling the record for the most times winning the title, well, that genuinely is history. And all of that history is there for the taking for Federer Gorst tomorrow. He needs 2 more wins to go back-to-back here in Jeddah. He has seen off Jeffrey Roda by 11 racks to 4, and he is the first man through to the semi-finals.
Do I have extension? Huh? Okay, extension. Diretso pa. Ba yun? Yung nga na-angle eh.
Just trying to get the one to the back. May have to swerve this a bit to kick it behind it. Unless he's going to kick it and let the cue ball run back down table. It's always an option. Needs to be overlooked. You talk about a guy, talking about snooker though. Cledio did start off kind of playing snooker, and he was a very good snooker player at a young age. Decided he wanted to play pool instead.
Yes, he has won the Albanian national title. Younger brother of Ekman Kaci, of course, who was runner-up in this championship last year, losing by the odd-racking 29 to the man we've just seen through the semi-finals. Washed. Best, and there, Ali, whether he ever won $25,000 before. He said, not even close. So of course, if he wins this match, he's on $50,000 guaranteed.
Yeah, he was trying to shove forward to get on the bank to stay aggressive, but fell a little short. So the safeties that I've really good at in the last match, a couple of them here in this first game, and didn't quite get the snooker. It wasn't that hard to get behind the 7 there. Don't recall Cledio playing a match on this main table. Maybe it's Samson, but no, I think it's on one of the other stream tables.
I can tell you his journey here. It's been a strange one, actually. He lost his first match, 9-8 to Mohammed Barbad of Saudi Arabia. Then he had a walkover on the one-loss side against Asim Ashi, who was not well. Came through losers qualification 9-7 against Michael Boanen of the Philippines. And then 3 tough workouts in single elimination. Beating, as we see a lovely shot there, beating Sanjan Pilovanovic 11-8, Michael Feliciano 11-7. And then this afternoon, he was the last of the last 16 matches to finish, overcoming Konrad Yuzhushin 11-8 after being substantially behind.
Yeah, he's been behind in a few matches this week, and that's what I was saying in the opening. See if he can. You always want to get a lead, but don't count him out if he gets down. Nice hit there. Very good. A nice reward, it seems, also. There's some distance, not a hard ball to make. It's a lot harder trying to work the cue ball in position for red 3. A lot of times the player will zigzag back and forth using both side cushions. Not easy for your first one. Nicely. When you hear it like that, there's no side rail to the ball. So 5 has both pockets, but obviously to stay out of trouble, you want to bring the cue ball down the left. That purple 5 or right. So see how he gets on the pink floor that time. He should just flick this in and keep a heavy angle. Just use a little top English on the pink floor. about the side pocket much. You can check the cue ball hair. Now on the slick table, you can hit before the side. 5's at it. I'm probably try to come one row past the side, catching the side, pushing it back.
He's very decisive through the cue ball, isn't he?
Well, he's a great striker of the ball, and just of course his brother's the same. Interesting enough, when I saw him here last year, I guess we had a talk. I watched him play some snooker online and whatnot, and of course got to see him play some pool, but never really got to talk to him about technique or anything. And I said, "Oh, you switched for pool?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Definitely apples and oranges." He feels, the stroke when it comes to 9-ball pool and snooker, or some of the technique wise, maybe not necessarily the full stroke. One reason I picked him out to start the week on ones to watch. I saw a lot of tight arms here last year. It's one thing we don't really see from him, or at least he doesn't seem to make you think that. He's had a smaller win this year on the World 9-ball Tour. He competed in some other events very well. So if he could get going, he could make some noise.
Extension. Oh, sorry, not available.
That's for the extension there. Of course, Ben Taylor informed him that he's already taken it. Not that it's a great problem.
As simple as that is, maybe just feeling a little nervous at this moment early in this game. Knows he's going to get out. Just wants to feel a little more settled.
After the fiddle gauche miss on the 9-ball, I don't think we should take anything for granted, although I would be astounded if this one stayed above ground.
Cledio wins the first rack.
Cledio off to the desired start. 1-0 up on Amir Ali. I can tell you over on table 2, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Bernie Regalario are underway. Yeah, Cledio has been in the latter stages of several World 9-ball Tour ranking events. Indeed, in 2023, got to the last 16 of the Spanish Open, and still green beyond the ears, as they say. Last year, quarter-finalist in the Hanoi Open. In 2023, semi-finalist in the World Junior Championship. But the big breakthrough for him, as Jeremy alluded to, was the Mayor's Bucharest Open in the Romanian capital this year, which he won. He lifted the trophy, and he did so by beating Joshua Filler after a hill drama in the final.
Rack 2.
And all that adds up the correct way. It's not only beating a guy like Filler in the final, but in a close match as well. It's not just like it was a runaway, maybe got the rolls. Josh didn't play very well, some kind of thing like that. Yeah, he was very green at that Spanish Open, and then he just matured nicely right before our eyes these last 2 seasons. Puts a lot of effort into the break. The 2's going to dress up. Now the funny thing is, for the most part, at least from what I've witnessed, most of the players are breaking from the other side of the box. The one getting deposited what would be your lower left middle pocket from the overhead. And they've missed the one quite often. Here's all about getting on the 4 right, get on the 5. Don't really have to play the entire rack. And a lot of people, I think, amateurs get fooled that
Thanks.
Let's go!